All right, and we're live. Hey, James Dasher. James Dasher. Okay, that was. Hey, James, how's it going? Yeah, I see you misspelled lunch there. It's all good. I accidentally mixed up the vowels in your name, so, yeah. Shit happens.
You are clear to launch.
Because I'm usually on Mondays, I live stream on Twitch for Mission Mondays, but since those aren't until 8 o'clock tonight, in my time, Eastern, I figured I'll do something now. So, doing Miscellaneous Mondays, where you can just ask me anything, and I'll, do like a Q&A or something, I don't know. You know what? What weapon should we go with today? Well, I think I'm feeling shotgun, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's see what jobs are available while we figure out what we're going to do today. So what planet should we go to? We have 4 choices today, so... I'm already sick of Delamar. Let's go somewhere else. This is probably going to be a bit of a long ride, so just giving you guys a heads up.
I sat in one of those for
Almost there.
Contact. Your rear shield is hit.
I did not realize this was a cop until I started shooting at him. But you know what? They pulled me out of quantum travel, so they get to die now. Well, now we have a crime stat, so people are going to be hunting us. Honestly, though, I do want to see what's new in prison gameplay, so why not? Let them come. We'll take as many down as we can.
Drive is now off.
Yes, I shot out the background music. I was just bored and I wanted to see if anyone would notice. Yes, James, I did. Hey, Captain Trek. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, though. Which side should we land on? Snowy or rocky? I'm gonna make a bit of a last stand while bounty hunters try and come and kill me because I killed a cop. Purely accidental. Well, at least I can say it wasn't premeditated. That's for damn sure. Hey, did the last sentence I said actually come through the mic? Because I just realized my keyboard just went dead on me, and my push to talk button was probably not working. So anyway, I was saying that I'm gonna make a bit of a last. Where should I land? Here in the grasslands or in the snowy mountains? if we're gonna make a bit of a last stand, people try and come to hunt us, I guess we're gonna take the high ground, so let's go snowy area. But we don't want to broadcast our position with the ship's EM signature, so let's land in the grasslands and walk up the mountain. Not my best landing, but certainly not my worst. Well, we got quite of a hike ahead of us. Alright, I think we're all set. Let's go hiking. Oh, I still have my Halloween helmet on. Okay, good. I'm never sure if it does or not because I don't have a second monitor to monitor all this stuff, unfortunately. Though I do have the TV above my head. Maybe I can use that somehow. Need to get a really long HDMI cord though. Alright, so for this little, I guess, last stand, we got a BR2 shotgun. And we got our 16 times scope heavy caliber sniper rifle with 2 extra magazines. Also, speaking of I don't know, just being on this planet reminds me that I wanted to do a Star Citizen lore series. Would anyone watch that? I intended this to be a Q&A where you guys ask me questions, but I mean, I can do the other way around too. Would anyone watch a Star Citizen lore series? I think the first few videos I would definitely do are weaponry, that's for damn sure. But maybe later I'll do planets and locations, armor. I can do split it up maybe into weapons and then gear, which would include armor and non-weapon gear. And then you can have things like planets and locations being a separate series or something like that. But I definitely want to do it. I just don't know if anyone would watch it and when I'll find the time. But like I already have literally like the scripts written up because I did it in my spare time once, so just a matter of recording and getting the footage. Or rather editing the footage I already have. Oh, fun, snowstorm. Hail Ords. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad that people actually would watch it. Yeah, so I'll definitely find some... I'll try to find some time to do it then. Definitely be interesting. They're probably going to be like less than 10-minute long videos. I'm hoping. I don't want to make them like too lengthy. Unless it's like a planet one. Because those should be lengthy. There's a lot of lore to these locations. Hell, this planet alone was a botched terraforming accident. Or a botched terraforming attempt. That's why it's so damn cold here. Let me just reposition the camera here so you guys can get a really good view. Let me check. It is a little. Let me move it. Okay, better. Yeah, so you can see in the top right corner of my HUD, I have the little target on my head with the red, 3 red out of 3 little bars out of 5. So that's my crime stat rating. I accidentally killed a cop earlier. In my defense, he was shooting me. I didn't do anything wrong at the time, until after I shot him. Then I did something wrong. My armor is getting covered in snow. Here, so this is the helmet right there. It's the Scarecrow helmet. It's cool, but I mean, it's cool for Halloween, but it doesn't match my armor, so. And thankfully, I can actually take my helmet off in this environment and survive. It's cold, but I'll survive. Actually, I can see what is the atmosphere made of. Nitrogen, oxygen, argon, and carbon dioxide. Okay, yeah, so it's Earth, pretty much. Ooh, with the snowstorm, visibility is almost non-existent. I can make out the silhouette of my ship, though. Ord, it's good to see you, man. Let's just put my standard helmet back on, though. Yeah, I love this helmet. Matches the armor, and also has snow effects on it, so that I can blend in better. Man, my arms used to be black. Look at that. The shoulder pads used to be black, but now they're just completely covered in snow. I love it. I can't tell if that's the sound of the storm or a ship passing by. But with the low visibility, and look, bounty hunters will have a tracking marker like right over your head, so they'll know where I am at all times. But they have to actually hit me, and I'm a smaller target now. So, and there's low visibility, so even with your ship instruments and the tracking beacon, it's not exactly foolproof. But falling through the planet does happen sometimes. Interesting. Yep, and there we go. Falling through the planet. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why it's still an alpha. Well, now I know that particular hill is glitched. Yeah, I'm just gonna back up to the main menu. Falling through planets is never a good sign anyway, so server's probably gonna go up. Go belly up, that is. For anyone that's not in my Discord server, I mean, again, this is Star Citizen related, so in actuality, no one cares. But they voted for the votes are in for the new Imperator of the UEE, and it turns out to be pretty much the person I voted for, which is nice. Pretty much, they had a in-lore election that every backer can take part of and vote for a candidate, which was really cool, especially since some of them were like whack jobs, and I like that they had like options that are just completely like, let's make crime more legal and stuff like bullshit like that. You had one that was wanting to abolish something called the Fair Chance Act, which is essentially the Star Citizen equivalent of the Prime Directive. So it's just funny. And then I voted for the one that wants to make AIs, so because, you know, nothing bad comes from making AIs. Yeah, I'm just rebooting the game now because that was an infinite loading screen. I'm running it on an SSD, so that shouldn't be happening. I mean, it occasionally happens when loading into a server, but when you're loading out of a server, no, that's a bad sign. My brother just sent me a funny thing. The Force will be with you always. We're actually meant to call it the Service now. Official vocab guidelines state that the Force is too aggressive. Hot Fuzz reference for anyone who didn't get it. But yeah, 2950 Imperator election results. Lonnie Addison is the winner of the 2950 election and will become the next Imperator of the United Empire of Earth. And yeah, so it's pretty much like President. They take office January 1st of the 2951 here. And she wants to increase education, scientific research into AI, and synth world progress. So synth world is something I actually know little about when it comes to Star Citizen lore. But it's like artificial worlds or something like that. What's HAL? I've never seen Terminator. You did. I'm just bullshitting. I know, like, nothing bad can come from making AIs, James. What's this HAL you speak of? T800? What's that? Skynet? T1000? What? It is not free, thank God. And the reason why I say that is because free-to-play games are more like fee-to-play games, but that's a different... I'll get into that maybe later in this stream or tomorrow. Star Citizen is $45, or if you wait until December, it should be $40 or $35, depending. 2 years ago, they made it $35. Last year, they made the holiday pack $40, so I don't know. But the game is pretty intensive. You need, if you're running, depending on the type of RAM you have. For instance, I'm running on DDR3 because I built my machine a few years ago now. But I have 32 gigs of RAM. I've got a i7 quad-core CPU. I have a pretty old graphics card actually, but Star Citizen isn't I mean, it's a beautiful game. Don't get me wrong, but it's not as graphic intensive as it is CPU and RAM intensive. So you're gonna need a monster to run it. But it is $45 to get. But hey, you're funding the game, so it's not like you're pre-ordering. Because you guys, for those who don't know me, I hate pre-ordering. I am very against pre-orders. I think it's part of the reason that the gaming industry is as bad as it is right now. Part, not fully. That would be ignorant and stupid. But it is part of it. It is part of the reason that we have things the way they are. And pre-ordering is like rewarding them before you essentially get the service. It's like you hire a plumber and you paid them fully in advance. Like, what's to stop them from just taking your money and running? Which is what the case is with all these AAA gaming publishers and developers. But Star Citizen is literally crowdfunded entirely, so that $45 is going into the development of the game. Also, the devs, Cloud Imperium Games, CIG, they're developing 2 games side by side. So you got Star Citizen, which is the online MMORPG that I'm playing right now, and then you have Squadron 42, which is the linear single-player campaign story mode. That's with Mark Hamill and Henry Cavill and Ben Mendelsohn and all those big names. And why is this loading forever? Alright, relaunching. There we go. But yeah, Bates, it's not free to play. But if you pay the $45 now, you get the game when it comes out. So there's that. I don't know if they still have this, but there was a $60 pack that came with both Squadron and Star Citizen, but it might be now like $70 or $80. But back when I backed the game, it was 60. So I'm like, 2 games for the price of 1? Sold. If I continue having loading bugs here, I might just play something else. So, which means I'm gonna have to edit the stream name. So, actually, I'll probably do that now, anyways. This way, just gaming in general, not just Star Citizen specifically. Alright, I think I'm just gonna play some Halo instead. Does anyone object to that? I probably should speak closer to the mic. Anyone object to playing Halo instead, since I'm having bugs with Star Citizen right now? Alright, I'm taking the silence in the chat as a no, you guys don't object. So, in the meantime, everyone, I'm just gonna cut the recording and start a new recording for Halo, and the stream will still be going, so don't worry about that. Hold on. There we go. Alright, so new recording for Halo. Why isn't Halo actually showing up though? Oh, that's why. Give it a few minutes. There we go. Alright, and Bates, since you were asking here, this but hey, that's better than a lot of games today, so I'm gonna switch to voice activity instead of push to talk, which means you might hear my chair creak in the background, but I'm not apologizing, it's a comfy in this chair.
Firefight.
So we're playing some ODST.
Set, start. Tough luck on.
Just because Star Citizen was, which is annoying because I was actually like having fun just exploring Microtech again, but the game was having trouble loading and I was not having patience for it, so
Reinforcements.
Oh, was I stuck? So, the plant stuck me, didn't it?
Reinforcements. Reinforcements.
Yeah, it's interesting that you can jump higher in this game than you can in Halo Reach.
Double kill.
Gee, I wonder what these are. Explosives.
Reinforcements.
Well, I guess it's not, you can't shoot it to detonate it. There are some C4 compounds that work that way. You can just shoot them and detonate them. And there you go.
Five enemies remaining. Two enemies remaining. Last enemy. Round complete.
Hooray! We're alive.
Lives added. Weapon drop. Round start. Tough luck and catch on.
Shit. That means there are gonna be lobbing grenades like there was no tomorrow. Yep. Not the only one touching kill grenades. Ooh, he's dead. That's the way to go. I need health. Oh, hello. Except it doesn't matter much if I don't have health. There it is.
5 lives left. Reinforcements.
They probably all killed themselves being so grenade happy.
Reinforcements.
So fun. Ah, crap. Right here. No, I didn't get you anything. Where's my shotgun? There it is. Oh, shit.
1 life left.
Yay. Oops.
No lives left.
Oh! Oh, I didn't see it till too late.
2 enemies remaining. Last enemy.
Lower the volume just a bit.
Weapon drop.
Oops. Well.
Round start. Tough luck, catch, and black eye on.
Oh, the rocket launcher probably disappeared with me, didn't it? Probably fell down the whole my body. Thank you.
Triple. Reinforcements.
Oh, yeah, that's why you got rid of it.
Here.
They're not the only grenade hefty people.
Reinforcements.
Well, that's right, I have to melee now to regain health. But I have to melee the enemy. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, but that's the best kind of kill. Hooray for teamwork.
One life left. No lives left. Reinforcements. Last man standing. Game over. Firefight. Set, start. Tough luck on. Reinforcements.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go use the men's room and then wanted to get something to drink. In that order.
Reinforcements.
think it's just the first thing I actually drink all day, so. Alright, what did I miss here? Someone died already. Wow. First, that dude was a horrible shot.
Reinforcements.
We'll survive, don't worry.
Reinforcements.
Told you. Chicken. Oh, that's gonna hurt him. Ow. Jack off my face. No, 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 no. Oh.
5 enemies remaining. Last enemy. Round complete. Lives added. Weapon drop. Round start. Tough luck and catch on.
Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Yep.
Reinforcements.
Yeah. Whack him out of the sky.
Reinforcements.
Oh! Did I just kill my own guy instead of the boot? Or did I kill both? And tap off the bomb.
Reinforcements.
Flares away! Let them get there!
Reinforcements. Triple kill. Double kill. Two enemies remaining. Last enemy. Round complete. Lives added. Weapon drop. Round start. Tough luck, Catch, and Black Eye on. Killing spree.
Take it! Take the human! Get down!
Reinforcements.
Grenade!
Double kill. Reinforcements. Triple kill. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. Set complete. Lives added. Bonus round. Good luck. All skulls on. Iron on. Bonus round over. Game over.
Alright, and we're back with Star Citizen. Hopefully it works this time around. We're in Grimhex. Interesting. I'm gonna be taking 5 for a sec, so enjoy. The wall stream, I guess, for about like 5 minutes. Don't worry about it. I am back, and what happened? Did I get kicked out of the server for idle? Well, I can start with some work when I wanted to. Yeah, we got some more news. Which of these topics should I cover first? Bethesda getting sued for $100 million, Halo Infinite, I've already covered the Halo Infinite stuff, and I'll be doing it even more so with the rest of the cast. Or, the Avengers game. Oh, you know, I'm not talking about the Avengers game until I get that, my review out, which I know is about like 2 months late now, but I'm still determined to get it out there. I'll just include all the stuff that's going on post-launch too. So this way it's a very, very in-depth review. Star Citizen still being a pain in the butt today. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that Star Citizen isn't working right now, because I really do want to play it and chat with you guys while doing so, but unfortunately the game has other plans. I'll have to do something else if the game doesn't load this time. Finally! I have no idea what that was all about, but we should respawn. And we're alive again. That's not good. That means that elevator's glitched. Dude, it's just a barrel of flammable gas.
You are clear to launch. Thank you, and please visit again.
Alright, now we're on our way. Let's go to Cell and try to get our crime stat hacked down. Uh-oh, someone's here. Scan it. Odds are they're inside. Shotgun at the ready. I got a bad feeling about this. Alright, hack initiated. Let's go. That was probably a player. Even if it wasn't, he's dead now. It was probably a player. Yep, aggravated assault. And then it's gonna tell me homicide next, right? Homicide. Nope. Okay, interesting. Well, I call dibs on all the guns. Oh, there's a foot. Oh my god, there's a guy in the wall. That's just weird. And all kinds of messed up. I don't need a sniper rifle in here, it's just going to be cumbersome. So let's get rid of it. Shit, I didn't get the hack in. Yep, I was busy fiddling around and oh! Ah! I'm in prison now. Yeah, James, 1 foot in the wall instead of 1 foot in the grave. Well, we're in prison.
Welcome. You have been placed in a... So you're interested in our work release program?
Welcome to the Klesher Rehabilitation Facilities. I swear there was more to it here. Oh well. Oh yeah. Not earthquake. Wonder if they realize that I'm gone. Yeah, I'm just gonna force respawn, I'll be fine. I am dead. Again. Just when I get started into work, it doesn't work. I mean, while it's loading, I can show off some of the stuff I'm selling on Teespring. But why won't the game work today? You can get a cool hoodie with our logo and our font on the front and back. Leggings. Dog wear, I guess. T-shirts. So yeah, actually, I ordered some stuff myself. So or whatever the sample that they gave me the sample to try. So which I still had to pay for. So I'm waiting for that to come in. This is taking forever. It might have to do with streaming to YouTube, unfortunately. Because I noticed streaming to YouTube is a lot more resource intensive than it is streaming to Twitch. Which is probably why a lot of Star Citizen streamers that do stream to YouTube have a streaming computer and a gaming computer. They play the game on one computer and stream it through another. Which is completely unrealistic for me because I'm struggling just to make $60 to buy Cyberpunk to play on the channel. So, yay. Is anyone even still watching? Like, I'm just failing at trying to get the game started because I decided why not launch the game after I start streaming, which was probably a horrible idea to begin with. Oh, finally. Alright, so we're in prison. Good. Let's see how long our sentence is.
Hello and welcome. You have been placed
And let's
in a
try
custody
not to
unit
run off the edge
interested
this
in
time.
our work release program.
Well, we got 4 hours to kill. Oh, almost 5 hours to kill.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find time today to think about how you can make amends for all the wrongs you've done. Any negative can become a positive with a little bit of work.
Remember, delivering harvested elements can drastically reduce your sentencing. It's not only a fun way to pass the time, but also a great way to pick up an honest trade.
So I have 0 merits, which is not helpful. So if I can't buy a multi-tool with the in-prison credit system, what the hell am I gonna do to reduce my sentence? Or to even earn the merits in order to purchase the multi-tool? I guess if someone else is in prison, I could kill them and take their multi-tool. And now I'm back here.
Here's a friendly reminder to leave all materials found during mining expeditions outside the living area. These might contain contaminants that may be harmful to other inmates.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna do something else for now. It happens.
Those four for a quarter. Anyone have any topics or anything to discuss? And this is still an AMA, so. Sorry, there's hammering going on upstairs. Oh, let's see what's new and bounding into comics. Oh dear lord, really?
she's like the sane one of the Bat family. Or at least she was in like the early 2000s. When I last really read Batman. None of this looks very good. What the hell is all this shit about? So Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl, appears. She's Oracle to me, but okay. Appears to join Gotham's version of Antifa. Barbara Gordon appears to team up with Goth. Okay, that's just the headline again. I like the cover art, but seriously though? In Batgirl number 49, it's revealed that James Gordon Jr. has a split personality and he's been going around Gotham having red-headed women dress up as Batgirl and then killing them. Batgirl eventually tracks him down to a lighthouse where, in order to keep his shadow self at bay, he leaps off to the top to his okay. So he's dead. And then this drives her to become an Antifa member? This is so... These are not the same characters. Just the writing is so whacked. You'd think Gordon would have a little more brains. And Batgirl for that matter too. Wow. This is just sad seeing the writing take such a nosedive. And I thought the early 2000s for Marvel were bad. Hell, even the 90s for Marvel was bad. But this just is a whole new level. Looks somewhat painful, art looks nice. Yeah, the cover art and even some of the panels looked really nice. I'm not a fan of that style for a comic book, but the art itself looked great. But, I mean, really, like, the writing there is just so... It makes me want to puke. What have we got in movie news, according to Downing into Comics? Pretty much a lot more of the same. Not to say anything that, like, not saying anything against Bounding into Comics. I'm just saying that this is like the same news I've been hearing for about a year now. There's nothing really new. Television? That actually could be really cool. A Green Lantern show, I mean. Rumor, Green Lantern. Is that supposed to be a... Are they suggesting that's a good thing or a bad thing? As long as it's a new character, I don't care. mean, hell, I actually personally like Jon Stewart over Hal Jordan, but that's just me. That doesn't make it better. Does no one see a problem with this? Seriously? I mean, I know it's just a rumor, but still. The very idea is a problem in itself. Stop race. You want a Black Robin? Create a brand new character. You don't have to one for one the comics in your TV show. You can go on your own thing. I thought season 1 of The Boys was a good example of that, and even some of the Marvel and DC movies that have we gotten over the past few decades are a good example of that. Let's see what is new in Star Citizen news. Alright, so I talked a little bit about this. I love this RPG message where it's like they have to describe to you what the character's doing, almost like you're playing an isometric RPG. Yeah, we got the new Imperator for lore stuff, which will in turn affect gameplay, so. No, I haven't watched Inside Star Citizen this week yet, so when we... Clearly Halloween themed.
So yes, everybody is at home.
Take care, James.
The work continues, and that is the greatness. But it hasn't always been easy for Count Disco. Before everyone else went to WFH, it was decided that somebody had to stay behind and take care of the studio for when everybody returns. And because I'm quite valorous and ready to help my fellow creatures of the studio, it was decided it was going to be me. Now, being alone was not too difficult for Count Disco. As you know, I'm a bit of a lone lycanthrope, and when you're known often to be the cool ghoul at the school, you often have very no trouble making friends.
Dear Lord Jared, what have you been up to? Did no one see leaving Jared alone in the studio was a bad idea? Oh, Jared, dear God, no. He made a Pico the...
Of course, the last episode did do pretty well. Igor was here, and we showed off, of course, all the things that we have seen, and it was so terrifying to everybody that watched it that it made the views very, very low.
Wow, scary.
Even though Halloween has come once again, I find myself not knowing if I have any terror left within me. It used to be that Halloween was the scary time. How are we supposed to go on with the pandemic and the work from home and the staying away from our werewolves? I know it's terrible. And now I haven't put on real pants in like 7 months. Where does Count Disco fit in when it seems like the world is already scary 365 days a year? Come on, Pico. Let me see you. Oh, he's a good Pico.
He made a Pico the Penguin.
How are you doing, Pico?
And a Mark Hamill ball.
What is that, Pico? It is time to make some real content. You're the boss. So, with that, the next order of business, we started by attempting to get the Will Weissbaum to reveal the secret twist ending to Squadron 42.
Okay, so you're standing there at the edge, and that's when you realize, as the whole structure comes down, that who you thought was actually your enemy was you the whole time. You realize that you've actually been dead. And then we flash back to the beginning, revealing you're not in the future at all, but you're actually in the year 2020. So that's when you discover, like, and as you're looking at long your reflection, you realize that there isn't two of you worlds extending moments. You realize it might have or something bad.
The results were mixed. When that didn't work, we contacted Benoit Turbulent and tried to get to the bottom of the greatest mystery of all time. Why doesn't the website remember who I am?
Honestly, Disco, I've been trying to forget you for the past 5 years.
We even tried a reality
It's
television
like turbulent,
by having
horrible
the one and only Chris
website.
Roberts do our yearly
I'm glad that
performance
CIG
review
acknowledges how
live
bad
for
they are with the
everyone
website
to
too.
see.
Hey, it's Chris Roberts, the man himself.
It was faint praise, but I think you'll agree. We earned it. Of course, one of the most anticipated new features is the new manufacturer-specific user interfaces for spacecraft currently in development. So now let's take a very first look at the approved style soon to make its way to the Aegis ships, and the new functionality that will be coming along with them. I hear we'll finally be able to know what direction we're going. I'm going this way.
The UI that you see on a movie like Iron Man or Avengers or whatever, that's designed to work for maybe 2 seconds on screen and to tie into the backstory. But when we're trying to translate that across, trying to hit that feeling, it is quite difficult because for the HUD, for example, there's something like 40 or 50 different pieces of information you've got to show. Functionality is our main thing, so we have to try and look at those movie ones and try to extract those elements but still apply them to the game UI. So where shall I start? Tell you what, I'll begin at the beginning. So we decided that the UI in the game is okay, but we really want to kind of up the quality bar on it.
Aegis combat assist activated.
We have a fairly comprehensive list of what we needed to be displayed on the HUD. What's there in game at the moment doesn't cover all of that.
There were 2 major pushes towards getting the Aegis style right. The first of those, we kind of focused on the look mainly. So there's a lot of design considerations. For example, we want to make sure that everything's got a decent amount of space. Legibility is a big thing. If you've got text in there, it needs to be big enough to see. We also try and make similar things look similar. So if you have a button, it needs to look like a button. Also, we want to avoid things like overlaps. You don't want things to be on top of each other. And in general, with the new HUD as well, what we're trying to do is keep the flight information on the left and same on the right hand side for kind of mode specific stuff.
Oh, I want this
during
new
the design
new
process
UI
for this
now.
phase, we took the opportunity to add in some much requested fan favourite features, such as having a compass, which will aid in navigation both in atmosphere and space, and between those 2 modes it's either relative to the planet or relative to the galactic plane, and a radar altimeter. So in game at the moment you do sort of have a altimeter, but it's only relative to the perfect Z0 height of the planet, so mountains aren't accounted for, whereas this will account for that.
With the design doc in hand, we went ahead and made our second push on the concepts. Once we have the general look of it sketched out, then it's on to making the visual target. So we'll get the artist to come up with the final artistic look of it. And once everybody's happy with that, then we kind of punt it back to the designers and say, okay, is this working for you? And quite often, to start with, the answer is, no, it's not. So what they're interested in is that, hey, maybe it
I'm
looks
really
nice,
liking
but they
that
really
so
want
far.
to get across all the gameplay information. So we might tweak around the positions of a few elements, but it's things like
Star
make sure
Citizen
the fonts
deserves
are
a
big enough,
UI
make sure
that's
that
as
the bars
complicated
are
as the game
strong
itself.
enough. Then we pass that back to the artist, and there's kind of this cycle goes on for a little while. Well, the designers kind of give their feedback, and the artist kind of tries to address it, and eventually we get somewhere where everybody's happy. I think what we've ended up with after all this kind of concept and design work is something that's quite unique for a game, because it's been very well designed, and it's also had a lot of time visually to try and get it looking good.
So if we look at the final concept, we'll go over some of the features that are there now. If we start at the top, this is where all your warning messages are primarily, so these will cascade in, and much like the current version, they will be coloured to indicate severity. Directly underneath that is a new element dealing with your emissions or signatures, and sort of infrared cross-section and EM signature relative to the background, which is going to be very cool for stealth gameplay. And then we have sort of the main piece of the HUD, which is much wider than we currently have, and that has everything to do with your velocity, thrust capacity, your thrust amount, your fuel amount, your vertical bearings, and then your altitude above the ground.
I think I'm in love.
Underneath there we have two little spherical
love this
widgets,
new
which
UI.
is sort of your 3D velocity indicator, because quite often in space, where you're pointing is not where you are actually heading, so these will give you some visual indication of that in 3D. And then right at the very bottom we have your sort of status warning, so whether you're in coupled or decoupled, whether ESP is on, whether you're in VTOL mode, your landing gear, your countermeasure status, and then finally bottom right is what sort of weapon firing mode you're in, whether it's auto gimbals here, manual gimbals.
Jeff, where and then auto fixed
So
and
in the
gimbals.
background,
Okay.
while the visual development's been continuing, we've been working on the building block stuff, which I'm sure you've heard a lot about. One of the key things we've done
So weapon
recently
status on
is
that
this
side.
system where we can layer the UI, so we can have like layers of flat UI, which lets us achieve this sort of three-dimensional holographic look. And then we'll be handing all that stuff over to the vehicle feature team so they can actually start to implement it. So the next steps, at the moment we're just finalising what the MFDs are going to look like, and as you probably know, there's loads of other manufacturers in the game, so potentially we'll work on something like RSI or Anvil or Drake next, so it goes through the same process. But because we've done the first one already, that process should be a lot quicker now, and as we get through more, we'll get into a good flow.
Definitely gonna make more each ship
course,
and the ship
to find my
manufacturers feel
flow,
more
I
unique.
will
That's
often
definitely a
check
good
the
thing.
online feedback. Look what the people said last year. This is so cringe. This is so cringe.
I
This
mean, he's
person
not
is
wrong.
so terrified.
If you guys haven't
They're
seen the
cringing
Easy
in
Hab of
terror.
Horror from last year,
Yes, Count Disco is so
you're
cringe.
not missing out.
He is the most cringe creature in the county. These next comment reads, "Don't ever do this again. They're begging me not to continue. But we will show them. Count Disco does not know how to listen." Of course, after a long while, food became a pressing concern. Searching the studio, Count Disco discovered a collection of potatoes being saved for Day of the Vara. And not knowing how long this quarantine would last, he knew he must make them last. And once everything was ready, there was really only one thing left to do. He'll have to science the shit out of this one! Let's grow. It wasn't long before the results of these labors bore delicious vegetables. During the evenings, we discovered the lights are on a timer, the proper and the persistent you share with it.
Don't on top of it.
I'll just skip it to the parts that actually matter.
So with the resource management, we have this idea that there is one way the resources are managed
Hey,
throughout
Jeffrey.
the entire game. There's
What's
one
going
way
on?
to consume them, one way to produce them, and all the items everywhere, they use the same system. So we started by creating this small example of a ship where we have a power plant, we have a fuel tank, a battery, we have lights inside the ship, we have turrets, we have weapons. We try to build a priority system, so you never want your lights to have the same priority as, for example, your power plant or your weapons. Basically, as soon as we start the simulation, the power plant goes, I'm online now, but I have no fuel. So all of this energy right now, the lights start draining the battery. If we put some fuel in the fuel tank, as soon as we put it in, the power plant starts going online, the battery starts replenishing because there's not that many consumers online. If I go, okay, let's say I set my weapons, my laser weapons to fire, as soon as I do that, there will be more drain on the energy. We can actually see we have a simulation of resources. We know we're producing this much power and we're requesting this much. We're running everything through exactly the same system. Now, same thing, let's say someone takes out our power plant because it got shut down or got sabotaged. Automatically now we're on battery power. It might go, okay, we don't need weapons now.
Don't get me started. It's like everywhere
Lights,
I go. I was just watching Match before I started live streaming, and I'm like, right on Hulu, right before right as I open up the app, it's like, vote. I'm like, I already did. Go away.
Thing we did where we built the ship, and we built this tool in a way that allows us to
I wanna
build
watch
different
their
ship
match.
configurations. So as you can see, you can kind of understand the basic shape of a hammerhead. As soon as I turn on the simulation, we can see we have both power plants are starting to produce power. The fuel tank starts to get drained. The battery is on full capacity. We have these relays. Relays are a new concept that we're introducing in the ship in order for all those resources to travel from the fuel tank to the power plant, from the power plant.
What we're watching right now is how engineering within ships in Star Citizen is going to work.
Relays. Now, each relay you have on your ship is going to consume power. So the less you have, the more efficient you're going to be.
If any of you don't understand what's going on, it's okay. I can
you're going to be more redundant. For example, in this case, let's say someone sabotages this and they destroy this part. You can see already this part of the ship lost resources. If we lose this one, this power plant is off. Let's say now I need to start shooting.
I've only seen one good
electric-themed
thing come from all of this, Jeffrey.
Hammerhead doesn't have
Star Citizen did a vote for a new Imperator of the UEE, and all backers were allowed to vote for a new Imperator out of like 7 candidates that they had. And it would affect future lore and even gameplay of the game.
This turret
and what was funny is like some of them were just straight up criminals. Others were like, let's abolish the Star Citizen equivalent of the Prime Directive.
Now, if I have a mechanic on board, he
like he had some like completely like wacko stuff like that to like more sane stuff like, hey, let's invest in education and science and sync world, whatever that's supposed to be. I think it's like artificial worlds.
But let's say we have, I don't know, a smarter saboteur that goes.
And then you had everything in between.
I kind of see how this
like more power to the corporations and stuff like that. It's like, it was just really funny.
And this is usually like a worst case scenario.
And they actually, the tallies are in.
To understand the idea
person that won is the
one
that wanted to make AIs
this
in
front
education.
part of the ship has its own resource network, and this part of the ship it's its own resource network. So it runs them independently. So everything in the back gets powered by these 2 power plants, but anything in front, it's completely dead because our battery is dead. As an engineer, your main goal is going to be to keep your ship as operational and as efficient as possible. So let's say now I'm transporting goods. I'm just moving from A to B. It's a pleasure cruise, no problem. I never want to travel like this. Each of these relays is going to be a drain on resources. So I'm going to turn this one off because I can turn this one off and I can turn this one off, and power and resources still have a route to travel, and I'm still keeping everything online. I'm trying to minimize the number of things that I'm powering on the ship. So this would be a viable configuration in which I'm still keeping everything on the ship fully functional. But let's say I go into battle. With this configuration into battle, if I take a hit here and this gets shot or gets sabotaged, I instantly lost half of my firepower. So it's a good thing to use when you're not in danger. When you're in danger, you just switch stuff to a more redundant system. Besides this, with all the overclocking and setting power levels, setting resource levels for each items, setting priorities, I think that the engineer is going to be a crucial part of the ship. So this is where we are right now with this prototype. This is going to take quite some time to implement. This touches on a lot of systems. A lot of stuff will have to get refactored, but we're hopeful that once this reaches the live environment, this is going to make the game so much better for everyone involved.
That looks awesome, but let me just answer what you guys were talking about in the chat. Yeah, that it's totally cap track. That's what I have this channel for. It's supposed to be all things escapism, because it's supposed to be escapism. We don't need the real world creeping in. And I've been alright. Still in a lot of pain from ulcers, Jeffrey, but otherwise fine. So what the dev is talking about here in Star Citizen's engineering is that essentially we're going to have Star Trek level of having to turn systems on and off and stuff like that, just to keep the ship running. You know, it's like, I need warp 9. It's like, I'm sorry, I can only give you warp 6. Like, I need warp 9 now. It's like you have to go run around the ship, do all sorts of things, and turn things off, turn things on. Reroute powers through something else. But yeah, here, this is the Imperator election results. So, I had to find that original post though, that actually showed off the different candidates, because it was hilarious. Oh, I have to sign in for that. Okay, yeah, then that's fine. Oh no, here it is. Okay, so this is one of the guys. Like, you know, tell you like what they want to do. So you had so this is the person that won, and she wanted to loosen restrictions on AI research and essentially make science more of a thing. Like, more emphasis on science. Essentially, let's follow Star Trek's example. Then we have this guy going like, let's bolster the economy by eliminating onerous regulations to slow the flow of inter-system. Like, this guy's like, let's kind of make detriments into the police force. Like, if you read further on into what he says here, it's like, let's ease up on the criminal acts. And this guy just wants to get rid of the Prime Directive, which is called the Fair Chance Act. And as it's implied, it's supposed to give sentient developing species a fair chance, but he just wants to get rid of it because he's afraid of running out of resources. And if you haven't seen the map of the planned map of Star Citizen, I don't think running out of resources is going to be an issue. Steam? No. It's not even on Steam. It's just PC only. You get it from the website. That's it. But if I zoom out, all of these dots and little things, these are all star systems. This is the full game and universe, and eventually in the game itself. So this is the planned game. Got home in the center. In the game, we are currently here. So this is the current game right now. The next system that they're going to be introducing is the Pyro system. It's like a criminal hub. And we don't know what's coming out after that, but a lot of people, myself included, are speculating that it will be Nyx. And then once we go into Squadron 42, the game with Mark Hamill and all that fun stuff, takes place in the Odin system. Which is, this used to be Odin 1. It is now just a giant cluster of asteroids. It's a pretty large star system. So all the blue dots are UEE star systems, United Earth Empire. Those are unclaimed. Where those are developing, so these are all star systems protected by the Fair Chance Act. Soon after, so Genesis, yeah, the Fair Chance Act, strict non-intervention policy. So it's pretty much the Prime Directive. The yellow triangles are Banu, an alien race, the first alien race we encountered, which were friendly. The green ones are Geon, which are like turtle people, and we had a Cold War with them. And the red ones are Vanduuls. Actually, here's the thing. The red systems are all human systems that the Vanduul have taken from us. So they're slowly just taking our star systems from us and killing us in the process. In fact, Vega has a jump point to one of them. Yep. Vanduul attack right now. There you go. So Vega is being under attack by Vanduul for a while. I guess that's enough lore for now. Let's see what... I haven't watched the Calling All Devs yet either, so let's see what this is about. And this one's not going to be as weird.
Hey everybody, welcome to Calling All Devs, the series where we take questions from you, the Star Citizen community, and pose them directly to our developers.
Shaved your
On
head,
this show, we got something a
like
little
that.
different, a little special. It's October,
Jared,
it's
geez.
Halloween time, it's spooky time, and we, of course, are going to talk about Death of a Spaceman. Now, Death of a Spaceman was first introduced back in 2013. We're going to get the update on where we're at now, where we're going forward, and to do so, we have two esteemed guests with us in no particular order. We got Richard Tyrer from the Core Gameplay Group. Hi, Richard.
Hello, how's it going?
And this is Chris, right?
That is right.
Chris?
Yes. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated is what I would think would be appropriate.
It's been a while since.
Oh, you get to hear the creator of Star Citizen
This one's probably going to go a little bit long. Whatever. We're all very loquacious, so I'm going to sit back. Let's jump into this. Death of a Spaceman as a primer. Let's introduce it to people. We haven't talked about it in a while. Just what is it?
The idea with Death of the Spaceman is to try to get some kind of meaningful consequence to dying in a game. So, like, most games you play, modern games anyway, you die, you respawn back, a few seconds before you die, and you keep on doing it again. So it doesn't really feel like there's much consequence to dying, and a lot of times your gameplay approach is pretty sloppy. I mean, like, I know when I'm playing a standard FPS shooter in the story mode, I just keep blasting into people. I don't really think about it. I die, I start again. Whereas if you play, a game like, say, for instance, Demon's Souls all the years ago and all the ones past it, there's real consequence. I mean, you die, and you've got to fight back through all those enemies. You've lost all the experience that you've gained, the souls in the case of Demon's Souls. But the thing with Demon's Souls, and it was one of the things I was playing. It reminded me of the good old, the days in the 80s and the 90s when you'd make games and, like, dying had a real consequence. You wanted to finish your level before you died, or else you had to do the level again, right? So and consequently, when you finished the level or achieved something, you really felt, proud and happy doing yourself, which is definitely, I think one of the mechanics that makes Demon's Souls and its subsequent games, so both infuriating and rewarding when you manage to do it. So kind of the idea was, like, what kind of consequence can we have in our persistent universe in terms of, how do we encourage the players to stay alive? How do we encourage the players to keep their ship or repair the ship intact? We don't want people to just go, oh, I got a scratch, I'm just going to respawn in a perfectly, pristine state for, the character or the ship. And so Death of the Spaceman was sort of an idea to give an association with your player character in the game, in terms of this is who you are, and you want to keep yourself alive as possible, as much as possible, and identify with your avatar as an actual real person and character, and you care about, and you want to keep alive. And then, finally, when, you've had one too many close calls or lost one too many battles, you no longer can be, resuscitated, and you have to pass on essentially to your next of kin, which will have you call out basically who your next of kin is when you're sort of doing your character creation. And that idea is whether it's passing it down to your son or your daughter or a relative or a friend or whatever it would be, you call that out. And when that does, your possessions and reputation kind of pass down, but not all of them, right? So there's always like there's inheritance tax, and there's the sins of the father aren't fully invested on the son, but there's a little bit of that. And so, the idea would be, you would want to, live as long and a healthy life as possible before you pass on to your progeny or whatever. And so that was the inspiration of Death of the Strength, to really give a sense of, kind of close association with your avatar and your character. And, if at the end of the day, you've got to be there at your, essentially, the God view of the funeral of the character that you spent a year or so venturing around Star Citizen, there should be a tear in your eye when it happens. And so that was the goal. And so it was really a mechanic of how can we do that inside the game, inside our science fiction setting, which was, coming up with this concept of, in the future, with all the medical science we have, in states that you may consider you would be dead now, you would not be able to be brought back to life or repaired. Potentially we could do that in the future, but maybe we could only do it so many times. And so, in some ways, it's a little like the old school of you've got so many lives, right? And once your lives are done, the game's over. And the concept was that maybe the more the worse the death, you're in some big fireball. That's more serious in terms of the lives you lose off your character than it would be if you were down and bleeding out and someone came and got you and managed to repair you, fix you up in the medical table or a hospital. And the idea would be, you would want to not run out of lives, and potentially there could be things you could do over time, go get some gene therapy or whatever that maybe add a life back to you or whatever. But I'm talking lives in a gamer sense here, but in general, we're trying to put it inside the fiction of the world. But the idea is to have real persistence to your avatar and wear and tear. It's also one of the reasons why we've got things like wear in the game. It's essentially one of the things that we have for equipment, we're gonna have for characters. You're gonna get older, things are gonna get old, and all of that. We have parts of that in the game, but it's not fully working. But that's all systems that are on the plan, or we need to turn on properly, because that's part of the problem with what we're doing right now. Is we're building this incredibly complicated, interconnected sort of simulation system, and not all the pieces are there quite yet. So even though we built some of the pieces and we can functionally do stuff with them, because the other pieces aren't there, the whole system doesn't work yet. And that is actually one of the challenges of building a game the way we're building it, sort of, well, people are playing it and we're building it. Death of Spaceman is a good example, because it's something that I talked about at the very beginning as a core concept. It's always been a core concept, but we're only just now getting around to starting to implement the actual functionality and the gameplay features that will enable it. And I think when you have it, that will make people behave very differently in the verse, which is going to be super cool.
Yeah. Now, you buried the lead there at the end. That's big news. We are now beginning the process of actively putting this into development. It's been this idea, it's been this core tenet of Star Citizen's character since it was first introduced. You just gave us a wonderful refresher, so the page is still on the website. If you haven't read it, you want to read even more detail, you can check that out, but that basically brings everybody up to speed with where we're at here. Now, Richard, we are beginning the process of putting these things into active development, of that process where we're going to start working on it, start testing these ideas, building our Tier 0 implementations. Where do we start?
So, well, we've already kind of started. So body dragging was the first feature that we released that kind of gave you the premise to be able to manipulate, dead bodies. But as Chris calls out, death is going to be a really important factor in Star Citizen. Now, death, there's kind of 3 deaths along the spectrum. There's kind of what we're calling like the down state. So that's kind of like when your health has gone to 0 and you're there. And when you're in that scenario, you'll be able to kind of choose to kind of stay there and be like, okay, I need my buddies to come and rescue me. I need the, law enforcement to come and help me, or maybe I've paid for some insurance that rescues my body or something like that. Then there is the kind of like, you've died, in terms of you've given up the ghost, nobody's coming. You're like, okay, that's it. I'm leaving that body there, and I'm going to go back to a hospital and be revived. But that's kind of part of your DNA. That DNA is kind of going to be reimpregnated into essentially a clone of you. And then you'll be able to then go back to your location, and you'll be able to see, your dead body there. And as long as nobody's been there, you'll be able to retrieve your gear and so on and so forth. And then the third aspect in terms of like you passing on to your next of kin and that kind of thing. So what we're actually evaluating now is kind of how this is integrated into kind of like the core healing gameplay and the actor status. So we already did kind of some of the actor status with, temperature in terms of hypothermia and hyperthermia and things like, starvation and things. And what we want to do now in terms of the next iteration of this is what we call like the healing and actor status T1. And what that will do is introduce drugs. So you'll have a blood drug level and you'll be able to manipulate things, but it will also introduce all the different statuses that are surrounding you as a character. So for example, when you're in battle and you take a really bad wound to the arm, you might say, okay, I've got a fracture, so my arm, I've got a permanent fracture. I'd have to go back to the hospital to get that repaired. Otherwise, I'm going to start to suffer some status effects that is surrounding that. But if you keep taking damage and you keep taking...
Jeffrey, I'll show you how you can get the game after this video is over.
more damage, that fracture might turn into an actual break, and then it might turn into actually coming out of your arm kind of thing. And the level of that status will dictate the level of cover and level of healing that you need to go and basically get that healed, so you can go to a med bay and get them repaired. But it also allows other people to act as like support roles and come to say help you. And let's say you've got a really bad broken leg, which means that you can't walk anymore because you haven't just like fallen over and taken a little scratch. You've repeatedly taken damage in your leg and not gone you've not gone to heal it, because medipens, for example, will no longer just be like, oh, I'm a medipen, I'm full health. You will have these permanent statuses like hypothermia and hypothermia, and so you'll have to have those will only be able to be removed when you go to these locations, either a medical bay in a ship or a medical bay at these hospital locations. So when essentially you go into that downed state, that's where body dragging will come in, so that people can come in and drag your body back to the medical facility. We're going to have obviously the medical gun in terms of the multi-tool attachment. We'll be able to inject essentially the material that's inside the medipens, but a stronger version of that. So the medipens will basically turn into something that is kind of stabilizing you in the moment. You'll still be able to like replenish your health, but if you've got a bleed or something like that, it'd be like a clotting agent that stops that bleed, and that kind of allows you to get back to safety. And at that moment in time, you can then go, okay, do I want to push on? But I've got this status effect that's kind of, causing, if I go back to the fracture arm, my weapon's now swaying more. And, similar to how we had the eyeball effects with the other things. And that progression of the active status T1 in terms of the different limb statuses that you're going to have in terms of whether you've got a traumatic brain injury, whether you've got leg injuries, whether you've got arm injuries, whether you've got internal bleeding in terms of your organs. The level of those statuses will basically go up and go up to the point of view where you're like, I can no longer function now, and I need somebody to come out. And you'll have plenty of opportunity to back out. So it's not going to be something that's going to be like, oh, hello, you've broken your legs, and that's it. It's going to be something like the other actor statuses that is like, okay, you're going to have junction points where you can make a decision where you're like, should I go on? And it's that moment like in the Arctic, I'm close to the edge, but I might lose my toes. So, if essentially what we're working on right now is that kind of like healing circle and that healing gameplay. And it also allows that cooperative gameplay that when you do go into this down state, which covers like, it's the first version of the 3 death states kind of thing, that's the state where you really you don't want to go to the next stage. Because as soon as you go to the next stage, that is what Chris touched on in terms of like, it's almost like the DNA integrity, because you're going to go to the hospitals. When we release this, it'll be your hospitals will be live in the locations. You'll be able to go to these hospitals and almost like download your DNA matrix into the hospital database and say, okay, like if my body is unrecoverable or my friends can't get to me, then I'm gonna kind of die and have to be recloned into this body. That my DNA is gonna have to be re-imprinted into this shell. And during that process, that's the process where your DNA can kind of fracture or kind of lose some of its integrity. And that is kind of what Chris touched on in terms of like you're losing a life in terms of gameplay terms. So, and that is what's happening as it's being imprinted into you. And depending on the manner of your death, and depending on like, oh, if you've just been ignoring all of these statuses and all of your arms don't work and your legs don't work and you've got a brain bleed, you know, some of that DNA integrity as it's been injected back into your body can be re-inherited from those basically systemic statuses that you've had. And that means that you might come back in your body with a prosthetic arm, or you might come back that, you know, your eye color has changed, or you're not as tall as you used to be. And because, you know, there's something that's gone wrong with that DNA imprinting. So that's kind of what we're working towards now in terms of that hospital healing gameplay loop, actor status, the extension of the actor status system that we went live with before, and obviously body dragging and all of that kind of setting your spawn point in terms of game terms and the live. That's the stuff that we're working on right now. And to be honest, that's going to be a significant change in how people play the game, because when you go to the next or the third stage, you know, where you're shedding your tear, I'm not shedding my tear at the character I've lost. I'm shedding my tear at the inheritance tax that I've just been levied, you know. And it's at that stage, that permanent death where you're having to pass on to your next of kin, where it is, you know, the sins of the father. You know, you're still going to have some of your reputational statuses, but you know, they may not be as high as they were, because, you know, it's like, oh, you know, your dad was part of XYZ, but you know, you're going to have to prove yourself. And so and that kind of loop is a really unique aspect in terms of an MMO, and that really ties into that, you know, death has a real meaningful consequence. Like in Demon Souls, you know, the amount of times you get to the boss and you're like, you get to that 1%, you know, and your palms are sweaty and you know, you're moving the mouse and you're like, no, you know, that all of a sudden changes. You know, when you get to the edge of that cave and you're like, yeah, I'm just going to go in there, and you know what, you know, if I find something in there that's not friendly to me, then you know what, I'll just respawn. No, now it's going to be like, well, if I respawn, what happens to my ship? You know, am I going to lose my gear? I'm going to have to come back to it, because obviously physical inventory ties into it, and then, oh, will I lose some of my DNA integrity? And how's that? And all of a sudden, it changes the choices you make along the journey that you're going on, and that is critical.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one of the other things we're doing is that we're not going to be despawning player bodies anymore. So when you die, the body that's there and all the equipment will stay there. So if you end up having to be sort of recloned, you could essentially go back to where you died and recover some of your stuff and see the skeleton of your previous incarnation. But the other thing I would say is that the cost of you know, sort of the new life, basically, and you're only going to have so many of these because they degrade, is much more than getting rescued or having someone come and grab you and fix you up. So you know, there will also be an economic you know, incentive to live, to essentially not just go, oh yeah, I'm just going to respawn, because A, you're only going to get a very limited number of those, and B, they're going to be very expensive. So you would prefer to have other players or your friends or a service come and you know, get you and fix you up. And I think that'll be really useful and important, because like even in gameplay, like that, like, okay, if I'm now exploring in a corner of the universe that doesn't really have a lot of people, my level of risk there is much higher than if I'm in the middle of, you know, a really well-traveled area of space. I think in terms of gameplay, things like you know, finally getting around to the full sort of health, death of a spaceman setup and the physical inventory, the gameplay potential and you know, just what's going to happen and the interplay with players is you know, I mean, there's not other games that I think of that quite have all this stuff all together to do this at this level of detail. And I you know, personally, I just think I'm super excited to have these come together. I mean, we talked about them for a long time. Obviously, it's taken a while, but that's because we're building something incredibly high fidelity with all this detail, but with all this scope. But it really will change a lot of the gameplay mechanics. A lot of how people are playing the game right now, just you wouldn't want to do. It just wouldn't make sense. And I think that's super exciting.
Yeah. And hopefully you can see some of the method to the madness of the development, because it's something. It's not like, hey, overnight we go, hey, let's just add this cool thing. It's like, okay, it's underpinning these things. So when we add like actor status, when we add eating and drinking, when we add physical inventory, when we add the ability to hold things in the hand from the grenade from throw T1, all of that is tying into the bigger picture of what we want to achieve. And that core gameplay loop of, you know, I'm not just stepping into my ship and flying into space and I could just open my PMA and just have access to everything I want, and you know, there's no consequence, there's no feeling of that you're in the world because of, you know, you have this access to this infinite bag of holding. This consequence of I'm going on a real adventure, the things that I take with me are the things that I have access to. The ships that I have dictate how much storage I have and how much, you know, what I have access to inside those ships. Do I have a kitchen that provides me food and drink? Do I have a medical bay? Am I got room to take a buddy with me? Is he going to wear support armor that allows more replenishment of the medical gun, that can revive me when I'm down in the cave and we can get out together? All of a sudden that becomes not just a single player, oh, I've just got access. All of a sudden those shared experiences are the things that make it a true experience. And that is something that all of these individual systems, you know, in isolation, they're really cool, and you know, we put a lot of effort and a lot of heart into them, and you know, they're complex because we want it to be scalability on a size of Star Citizen. But when you pull them all together and they start talking to each other and they start, you know, okay, have you got space for the amount of food and drink you need? Have you got space for ammo? What guns are you taking? Am I going to take the grenade launcher? Well, I can only fit so many, you know, magazines of that. Well, maybe I should take an energy rifle because that recharges. And all of those different decisions, all of that ties into making it, you know, that's when all of a sudden you go, hold on a minute, the game was already there. We just needed to have these systems start talking to each other.
I feel like at some point we need to rebrand this to the life and death, and then in parentheses, and taxes of a spaceman. It would be the more appropriate.
I mean, you know, ultimately, we do joke a little bit about, but you know, the goal with Star Citizen is to, you know, essentially it's a virtual life. I mean, and we are trying to simulate, or you know, obviously in a more primitive state than the real world, but simulate all the things that would happen. Like naturally, you would think, okay, if I'm going to go to the Antarctic, I've got to like bring my supplies with me. I got to worry about it.
And that's what I love about Star Citizen, is that it's a game where you have to think first or you die. You know, oh, I didn't think about what gear I'd need to go to this planet's surface, and turns out it's 420 degrees Celsius here. 9 minutes later, you're dead, because you died of hyperthermia.
If I get hurt and all these things, that you know, I think great gameplay opportunities,
and that's in the game
and also
now.
Great cooperative gameplay opportunities, right? So there's a lot of things that we talked about that
Hyperthermia.
Clearly, if you're, you know, going to be adventuring in a dangerous place, having the equipment and having people with you is probably a good thing, because otherwise something goes wrong, you're by yourself. And so I feel like when we get a lot of, and you know, there's been a lot of engineering just on the very low level and some scalable stuff that we have to do to enable a lot of these systems, and you know, but you know, over the next year or 2 years, we've got a lot of this stuff sort of coming online, and I feel like when they all start interoperating together, that it will be an experience like no other. I mean, I don't know another game that does it to the level. I mean, there's some games that do, yeah, you know, some really nice. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 is great. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that sort of does elements of this, but I think not to the scope and the level and the detail that we're doing. And that's one of the reasons why it's taking so long. So I mean, you know, that is, you know, it's definitely taking longer than I'd like it to do, and it's part of my frustration when, you know, people are like, well, where's my gameplay loops? And I'm like, but you know, it's going to be so awesome. You've got all these elements, and you know, I know the big picture. I know how they're all going to pull together. And it's just one of the things that when you're making a game live, developing in front of people, that people experience you wouldn't normally. Like normally, most game developers will tell you in the old way. So it certainly was when I was making the Wing Commanders and all the rest of stuff. And Richard probably can opinion on when on all the ones that he was making. That, you know, the game really only comes together near the end, right? So you work on all these disparate parts, and you do it for years. You know, especially in today's world, people will work on it for years and years and years, and then it really only comes together sort of kind of in that sort of alpha to beta stage, and we're sort of, I know we say we're alpha, but we still got a lot of features to come. And normally a traditional alpha would be you've got your features there, but you don't have all your content polished, and then beta is all content and features are in there, and you're working on the bugs. So a lot of it doesn't. I mean, like, Wing Commander, you weren't playing through until, a couple of months before we released the game, and it was all in different pieces. But in the way we do Star Citizen, people see us develop all these pieces in different parts, and they go, well, why you got that? That just seems silly that you're focusing on this aspect over here when I don't need this other thing over here. Well, we have a plan. They're all working, we're working on all those pieces, and when they all come together, it's going to be a great experience. You already there's elements of it now, so you can sort of go around an event, run around the verse, and yes, there's going to be a lot more, but there's already fun stuff to do, and there's the social aspect of it, and I see amazing videos every single day. It's like one of the funnest things for me to see cool videos by whoever. Like there was one that Tarada just did, and on 311 that was shared around here, and there was someone. I mean, anyway, the point is, there's just really cool stuff that people are doing with the sandbox we're building, even though the sandbox isn't finished. But
Right, like the video I did with the yacht clubber, we just spent like 30 minutes killing a guy who kept respawning in a bed and then killing him again and again and again. I rewatched that myself because it's so funny.
Whether it's me or Richard or Todd Pappy or Tony Zurovec, we're all operating at the level of we see the Matrix. We just haven't built all the elements of the Matrix yet. But we know it's coming together, and when it's done, it'll be like this amazing simulation. And our only frustration is because it's not like me and Richard are like, oh yeah, guys, take longer. It's like me and Richard and Todd and everyone else are like, is it really going to take you that long to do that feature? You sure you can't do that in half the time? So we're always on their case. So I know everyone out there is on our cases, but it's sort of like we're on the other way around. But some of this stuff just takes time to build it, to test it, and also to do it when you're doing it in a live game, right? Because we are building it in a live game, so you can't just break everything by introducing a new feature. You've got to make sure the old features work as well. But to be honest with you, it's actually a fun way to do it, because a lot of how we're doing it also informs our development as we go along. Because yes, we've got our big plans, but some of the feedback we get helps tweak how things are coming in, or what areas we'll address, or what things worked well, or what things didn't work well that we need to adjust. And if you were doing it the old way, you wouldn't get that feedback. You'd just basically put it all out there. It'd be your best shot at it, and then you'd be like, oh shit, well, we gotta fix this thing or improve this thing, and So I like it, and also just people experiencing what we're building so far is awesome for the team as well, because the team, they get all inspired when they see cool stuff that the community is doing. So there's upsides and downsides to what we're doing, but I wouldn't change it for the world, because I think it's one of the funnest things I've ever done in games, and it's awesome.
Talking about reading the Matrix, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm the guy sitting here for 6 years now trying to do an online correspondence course, how to read the Matrix. Every week, just I gotcha. We are at time at this point. The wonderful thing about interviewing either Chris or Richard is that I come with all these questions, and I only ever have to ask one, because then they just hit everything. I'm like, I don't have to ask that. I don't have to ask that. Before we let you go, just one final thing. For some folks, this is going to be kind of a new idea. For many folks, they've been following along with this since 2013. As Richard said, we're building this out actively. We have been. All of these active feature things are all laying the groundwork. They're all the foundation for this. When this is done, it's not going to be like a big switch. There's not going to be one day there's not Death of a Spaceman, and then the next day there is Death of a Spaceman. These things will come in iterations, just like anything else does. Tier 0 of cybernetics, Tier 0 of hospital, stuff like that. One last bit of expectations setting. Without giving dates or anything, what can people expect going forward? How do we go from here? What's the plan from here, generally speaking?
I'll let you take this, Richard, so I don't get in trouble.
Yeah, okay. So what we're planning on working on in, in the future, so relatively soon, shall we say, is kind of the hospital groundwork. So the hospitals in the locations, the ability for you to be able to go to those hospitals and kind of download your DNA is kind of like your save point, or kind of like the area that where you would be respawned. We already obviously have body dragging in and some of the medical bays in there, but what we'll be introducing is active status T1. So that will be drugs. So for example, we'll be introducing some drugs as part of that. So like adrenaline.
Hey now.
I think we've already got some black market drugs in there that will tie into this, but also like alcohol. So if you go to the bartender, you'll be able to get drunk. And we'll have, the relevant animations and locomotion sets that tie into that.
Yes.
Because obviously then there'll be a
drunk.
risk reward that you can't just keep medipenning like you can't in real life. You can't just keep popping paracetamol. All of that kind of thing will kind of tie into it in terms of that blood drug level, and that will, if you keep taking drugs, you will eventually, overdose and you'll need to be revived. So you'll have to manage that on that active status side of things, and we'll also be introducing the healing loop in terms of those being able to revive you from a down state, and obviously that in the DNA integrity side of things. So as you basically die, you'll be able to have battle through revive, so we can bring you back in the same body, and that is obviously you'll be there, but you may come back with you may have a permanent visuals, but that won't be part of T0, the visuals, just to be clear. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're working on, that core gameplay loop, active status T1, and hospital locations. Those are the three main big kind of like areas that we're trying to push forward on, and hopefully alongside physical inventory, which is we're also actively working on. I mean, I've done multiple talks on and I think every patch we do something to do with like either updating the UI, and all of that is in along the journey. We've just been releasing small bits, but that will tie into it. So kind of like healing active status, hospitals, and physical inventory, those kind of things will kind of come hopefully kind of come as one thing to be able to deliver that experience. But if they don't, then we'll make it work as they come. But that's kind of the stuff we're actively working on right now.
All right. And then one more follow-up. Earlier you said that sometimes when you res, you might come back shorter. Were you just giving an example, or are you confirming short characters?
I was giving an example. Definitely not confirming.
People were going to grab onto it, and there was going to be a Reddit thread, so I had to ask. All right. Thank you, guys, so much. I'll let you go. Take care.
You died so many times, your character went from 5'8" to 4'3". No, I don't think that would be the case. But yeah, there you have it, from the mouth of the creator and game designer of Star Citizen and Squadron 42, Chris Roberts, and Richard Tyre, who, Richard, you owe me Theaters of War. If you're ever watching this, Theaters of War, when? Alright, so Jeffrey, here's how you get the game. It's a bit of a doozy. So, first you have to head to the Pledge store. And you can pick up either one of these. So, really the only difference is which ship you're going to start the game with. And you can also get other game packages. If you go to game packages, you can see all of them. So you can get a Squadron 42 standalone, which is not Star Citizen, just Squadron 42. That's just the campaign, the single player. Then there's the Star Citizen Squadron 42 combo pack, which is $65. And then again, you can choose which ship you want. But yeah, this is pretty much, you get the game. Once you get the game, you have to download it, which I'm blanking on where that would be. Here. So you go to that download section, and obviously you need to be signed in, which I'm not signed in here right now. You need to have the game package. module access, which is part of the game package, so don't worry about that. And then these things really you just need to have these two, and these things will be filled out automatically. But you have to make sure your computer can run it, which it runs on anything from Windows 7, Windows 8, and Windows 10. But I'd recommend Windows 10 just so that you can have that extra RAM, because you're gonna need the extra RAM. Yeah, you need at least a quad-core CPU. And you're definitely going to need more than 16 gigs of RAM. And yeah, definitely get an SSD. In fact, I actually made a parts list for anyone that wants it to play Star Citizen on my on the discussion tab here. So you can just check it out right here. There's a parts list. I did all the research. These are all parts that are compatible with each other. Should be not so too expensive. Still should be relevant enough to keep you playing for a few years before having to upgrade. But there you have it. I made a little parts list so I did all the hard work for you, pretty much. You just have to build it. But yeah, you can choose I got 9 here or i7 RAM and everything. It's funny you say that because I can. Captain Trek. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll just send him that bit. Like, dude, where's Theaters? I'll just message him. Hey, where's Theaters of War? Him and Sean Tracy owe me Theaters of War. Well, they don't owe me it. Well, yes and no. But we need Theaters of War, damn it. They showed it off last year, and we haven't seen anything of it since. Originally, they delayed it due to environment work, and I guess now they actually took all of our requests of prioritize finishing the game. So, but the whole point of Theaters of War was supposed to be a game mode within Star Marine to help for weapon balancing and ship balancing and such in the game, without having to be a detriment to the actual dev team that's working on the game. So, but yeah, here's a parts list for anyone that wants to build a computer to run Star Citizen. I don't kid when I say it. You need a monster to run this. I have it here. Everyone can see it. So I'll probably repost this on the Cast and Shadows discussion channel as well. Actually, I'll go do that now. Literally just copy and paste it. Alright, and now it's on the Cast and Shadows discussion page as well. Any questions? And unless you're paying for the flight, I'm not coming over there to build the computer myself. And here's the roadmap at the moment. So 311 we have. So next we got 312. What's okay? The new mining UI, they showed off that a few weeks ago. Countermeasures. Ooh, a tractor beam. A handheld tractor beam. I like that. And ships we're getting, oh, alien fighters, nice. And we're getting an LMG, finally! LMG, yes. And, ooh, a sniper rifle. A Gemini sniper rifle, I like it. Cool. Darn, you were going to ask what? Oh, if I can come personally to... yeah, haha. And look how far... this was 2018. This is the stuff we had, and now... man, I remember when these were all new. The game's slowly but coming along. You know what? Maybe I can try testing watch parties right now. Because I haven't... where I have to flip the footage. I want to see if YouTube will take that down or not. What's this? Bloomberg Scoop. Halo Infinite director and longtime 343 executive Chris Lee has left the project. Oh yeah, he did that. This is the second Halo Infinite director to depart in 2 years, and another sign of the game's turbulent development. Yeah, the Halo Infinite is looking like more and more of a mess prior to it coming out. Especially since it was originally going to come out this month. So what does that tell you? And here's that whole fiasco of an article describing how, oh, we're getting rid of the old system of customization. And people on Reddit did not like that. Me and the boys trying to customize our Spartans in Halo Infinite without spending money. Yeah, that's pretty abominable. That's just awful looking. Ah. When Microsoft learns of this, they will have your head. Fool. They ordered me to do it. Good old Tartarus. Good old Tartarus. He was cool until I killed him. You know how trying to get pink armor and Infinite. You know how expensive this gear is, son? This pretty much perfectly sums up what 343 did with Halo Infinite so far.
Unacceptable! Absolutely! Destroy this installation. Unacceptable! Unacceptable! Absolutely unacceptable! Protocol dictates action! I see now that helping you was wrong! You are the child of my makers, inheritor of all they left behind. You are Forerunner. But this ring is mine.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Infinite, the time before Halo releases again. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Unlike Cyberpunk and Star Citizen, where I'm like peeping through every creek and corner, like, oh, is it out yet? Is it out yet? Like, but every time enthusiastic. Halo Infinite, I'm like, oh, it's closer to release. Yay. Which is a shame because I was optimistic about it. Albeit skeptically, but now I'm just skeptical about it. No longer optimistic. Maybe about the story and the campaign. Now having read Shadows of Reach, but not so much with everything else. Watch Dogs Legion monetizes its core mechanic.
Microtransactions.
This is how Watch Dogs Legion is handling microtransactions. Like the vast majority of Ubisoft games, Watch Dogs Legion will have a premium in-game store. Why does that not surprise me? Where you'll be able to exchange real money for additional content. Writing on the game's official website, the French publisher has outlined how this will all work, introducing a currency called Watchdog Credit, which can be used to buy collectible maps, operatives, and more. Oh, so you can use money to actually get NPCs. Operatives being the literal operative word there. Cosmetic and operative purchases in Premium Store are paid for by using WD credits, which can be bought with real-life money at an exchange rate of 100 WD credits for $1 US. Okay, so 100 pennies. Or your regional equivalent. The organization explained available WD credits bundles offer discounts and will reduce the price per credit. It added, purchased operatives feature unique personalities, outfits, masks, and cosmetics to amp up your flair. Their gameplay abilities, traits, and weapons can be found on other Londoners around the city, and they do not offer any gameplay advantages compared with operatives recruited in the game. Very clear there. You'll be able to buy stipends of the title's in-game currency known as ETO. I'm not even pretend to know what that is. Which can be used to purchase new clothes and other items for your cast of characters. Fortunately, this can be earned as you play, but it's going to be a massive grind, no doubt. You can earn ETO by completing side missions through repeatable activities like bare knuckle fights and kick up, and by finding ETO skimmers or safes. So it all sounds fairly optional and unobtrusive. We also appreciate that Ubisoft is being upfront about all of this. Remember, it's got a pretty sizable post-release plan pegged for this title, including a gigantic online update in early December. And then there's a season pass, which will see the series fiction collide with Assassin's Creed. Ooh! So lots to look forward to there. Interesting. The Assassin's Creed part, not the rest of it. And it's somehow going to be obtrusive regardless. I mean, no, it's not inaccurate. Vampire the Masquerade lost another dev? Jeez. Angela Straven is not going to be happy about that. Oh, they're bringing back, what's-him-face? Aiden Pierce?
Hi, I am Latish Slenathan, the live producer on Watch Dogs Legion. I'm excited to reveal our post-launch plans and to give you details about all the free content we are bringing you, as well as our season pass. On December 3rd, we will launch our first free update, introducing the online mode of Watch Dogs Legion, where you can explore the full city of London in up to 4-player co-op and recruit anyone you see. We have all new co-op missions that you can play with your friends. Bring your own characters, find the best synergies, and build the ultimate co-op team. We're also adding dynamic events that will bring new challenges to the streets of London. On top of that, we're launching tactical ops, dedicated 4-player missions tailored for co-op play that require great efficiency and communication. We also have our very first PvP mode. Spider-Bot Arena is a hectic, high-intensity, free-for-all deathmatch for up to 8 players. Control Spider-Bots armed to the teeth and show your mastery. More PvP mode will be coming in future updates. We are excited to bring back Invasion, a fan-favorite mode of previous Watch Dogs games. Hack other players, keep your cool, or become the target. Online for Watch Dogs Legion is just getting started, and our post-launch will feature exciting new game modes and surprise events. In addition to our online features, we will also be releasing free updates to the main campaign, including new characters with new abilities, new mission content, and unlocking new Game Plus.
Let's get this over with.
Up next, we are very excited to reveal more information about our Season Pass. Our new story expansion, Watch Dogs Legion Bloodline, continues the story of Aiden Pierce from the original Watch Dogs. But Aiden isn't the only star of his story. We're excited to announce that Wrench from Watch Dogs 2 will be joining him and will be a fully new playable character. Watch Dogs Legion Bloodline introduces a new storyline, new progression, and unique gameplay abilities. All Season Pass owners will unlock 4 playable characters, including Aiden and Wrench. Let me introduce you to Mina, a subject of transhuman experiments who possesses the ability to mind control individuals.
And for one last big surprise, for the first time in Watch Dogs, we have a crossover with Assassin's Creed.
Meet Darcy, a member of the Assassin's Brotherhood. All that and more will be coming.
But it's
to our
not the
Season
first
Pass.
time they had a crossover. In the first Watch
There's
Dogs
much
game, you
more
literally
coming
got to
down the road,
kill
including
the,
new game
the
modes,
CEO
old
of
favorites,
Abstergo
and a few more surprises.
in
We are
in the
very
game.
excited to continue our Watch Dogs Legion
The head of
journey.
Abstergo
Stay tuned
Entertainment
for more.
from Assassin's Creed 4. You got to kill him in Watch Dogs 1. Not to mention the fact that before Watch Dogs even came out, a Black Flag, Assassin's Creed 4, had a terminal that you can hack, and if you hacked it, it was pretty much a Watch Dogs thing, like about the in lore Watch Dogs thing about the CTOS operating system thing from Watch Dogs. So I wouldn't say it's the first, but at least you're actually having like actual characters and not just cannon fodder. Yeah, so I think that the Watch Dogs, they're probably going to monetize the hell out of it. Just look at Breakpoint, Ghost Recon Breakpoint. That was the breaking point of monetization in a video game. That was horrible. That game. Alright, well, I'm not really good at talking just with myself, so if anyone has anything they want to ask, this is still an AMA, so. I'm trying to see how long I can go for. I'm already at 4 hours. So this is the upcoming poster I'm making for my eBay store. It is just a sketch. I'm waiting for my sketch pads to come. They're 8.5 by 14, which is the max size of my scanner. So this way I can draw it, ink it, and then scan it, and actually have a more traditional poster that I prefer to sell. And who knows? Thanks, Cap. Yeah, I can definitely use it. Use the money from it. That's for sure. Like, I don't have this thing on the top of the screen for nothing. I legitimately need $30 in order to get Cyberpunk. And I think I might just call it here unless anyone has any questions or whatever. I think next time I do Miscellaneous Mondays, I'm having someone else with me. Maybe it's not too late for that, actually. And I figured looking at screenshots probably better than looking at my merch. And this is why we should all fear Pico the Penguin. There's a knife at his feet. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it here. This has been a pretty uneventful stream. I mean, it was fun, but I definitely need to plan these out a bit more next time. Lesson learned, I guess. But yeah, maybe I'll try doing. I have come up with a schedule so far, but I guess I'll add Monday to the list. So every Monday from 11 a.m. Eastern will be Miscellaneous Mondays, and then I got live streams on Thursday, Friday same time Friday, not same time Thursday, but Friday I'm thinking of maybe doing like a live stream the same time as right now, like 11 to 12 or something like that. And then Saturday night and possibly Sunday, but Monday and Tuesday I'm going to be live streaming on Twitch. So Monday nights, and same with Tuesday nights. But Thursday night, Saturday night, and Sunday nights are all probably on YouTube. So yeah, like tonight I'll be on at I think it may even just push to 10, but 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time I will be live streaming on Twitch for Mission Monday with the Yacht Club. So yeah, I'll catch you guys hopefully there, for those of you who have Twitch or don't have Twitch and just watch it on not signed in. But anyway, thanks everyone so much for watching. This was fun. I need to do these more often, or at least plan it out more, but then do it more often. But yeah, this has been fun. I'm glad you had fun watching Captain Trek. In the meantime, everyone, I want to thank Jeffrey Turner, Captain Trek, James Dosher, for all for showing up and being awesome. And until next time, this is Mando Merc of Cast in the Shadows, and treat others how you want to be treated.